Whoops. Wrong link. Hey Proto, hey Fade. I tweeted out the wrong link. Whoops. I knew I forgot something. There we go. Okay. It's always something. Always something. Okay. Okay. Today got you in a big mood? Yep. Me too. You know what I'm mad about the most though? I pay for fucking NBA League Pass, and it renewed 2 days ago. Fuck. Alright. Oh, I gotta change something on here. And of course the first season ever that my Clippers are title favorites, and then all this shit happens. As always. Alright. Okay. I forgot to plug in my battery pack for my headset last night, and apparently the day before. So I looked at the battery meter on it, and it was at 1 bar. So I'm hoping that there isn't going to be any weird auto shut-offs for my audio I/O system doing this, but we'll see. Hopefully not. Okay. All right. Where's my mouse things? Okay. Alright, so we're making good progress here in our Half-Life playthroughs. Okay, alright. Looks like I finally got everything all hooked up. Ready to go. Alright. Hopefully you're all doing well. Discord working? Or is this nobody saying anything? There we go. It's going. Alright. Yeah, the YouTube chat always popping off. Ugh. It's as far as the chat distribution goes, it's like 80% Discord, 20% YouTube. And there's also a sizable portion of the YouTube chat that I think is a bot. There's this this guy that comes in and says the same thing every time, and also the game title, but then occasionally says something that looks like a real sentence. So I don't know. I'm not worried about it. Not worried about it. All right. So yeah, I guess the upside of the NBA news today. So if you didn't know, I'm a big, huge NBA fan. I watch lots of the games. I watch every single Laker game, every single Clipper game, every single Oklahoma City Thunder game. And just a few hours ago, they announced that the season is postponed or suspended. And they were most of the way through the season. So... So I guess since a lot of my time during the day isn't going to be taken up by watching NBA games, I'm going to have more time to stream. I guess that's the upside of this. Aiden. Portal's amazing when he played it, but Null 2 wore off after single playthrough. Yeah, I could see that. Especially for Portal 1. Portal 2 maybe has more replay value, and it certainly has more stuff, but we'll get to that when we get to that, I guess. So yeah, I'm super bummed over the NBA news today, but it was kind of expected anyways that they're talking about playing without any fans in the arena as the alternative, and then when a player came down today with it, they just said, okay, shut it all down. And the worst part about all that is how that fucking went down. So the player that ended up contracting coronavirus, 2 days ago, his team, the Utah Jazz, held a press conference about how the team was going to take all these steps to help combat transmission of the virus and how they'll keep everybody safe, and they had all the press there. They had Rudy Gobert, the player, their big center guy from France. He was up there. He gave a statement about how, yeah, they're all looking out for all of you, but I don't think it's that serious or something like that. And then after the end of his statement, he got up and he rubbed his hands all over all the microphones and recorders that are in front of him because the reporters couldn't be within 6 feet. So he rubbed his fucking hands all over their microphones and then walked out laughing. And that was 2 days ago. And then flash forward to today, he tested fucking positive for the virus and made the whole league shut down. So now everybody whose microphone he touched, everybody he high-fived, everybody he got sweat on, they're all possibly fucking infected over this guy who just wanted to play the big guy and be like, yeah, there's no big deal. I can't be infected by this. I'm a big, rich basketball player. And then that happens. Like, it is... He's never gonna live that down for the rest of his fucking life. Oh my god. So that all went down a few hours ago, and it's kind of hilarious that that's how that happened, but, Jesus. What a way to do it. Well, you're acting like he's dead. Like, I'm pretty sure Tom Hanks will get pretty good care. It's, I don't think you should worry about Tom Hanks getting coronavirus. Jesus. You'll be just fine. Okay. Alright, so, yesterday, we finished up, started and finished Half-Life Opposing Force. That game was pretty good. It was not as good as Half-Life, but I thought the combat was better than Half-Life. Even though the rest of the game was kind of, there's some rough spots, let's say, in Half-Life Opposing Force, but we'll see. And then, this is the third and final, original Half-Life engine game that we'll be doing. And it's what we're starting right now. Half-Life Blue Shift. PC 2001. So 2001, original Half-Life came out in November 98, or around November, I think. Opposing Force was 99, and then flash forward 2 years after that to 2001, which is when Half-Life Blue Shift came out. So well after the original game and the first expansion. Still developed by Gearbox Software, so same developer as the first expansion, Opposing Force, that we played yesterday. And as always, published by Sierra Online and Ken Williams. Alright, so this is another one that that is completely blind to me. I have not played this one before. I have not seen anything about it. I have not seen a speedrun. I don't think I even read a review of it back in the day. And the only thing I really know about this is what I've heard, that it's, one, it's bad, and two, that it's short. So I guess that's That's fine with me, I guess. If it's bad, I'd rather it be short anyways. So let's take a look at the materials here for it. Okay, Half-Life Blue Shift. So we got... I don't think this is Barney? Or maybe it is Barney? I don't know. That doesn't look like Barney to me. Hey, Ocelot. Alright, so this is the complete expansion set. So it includes Half-Life Opposing Force and Half-Life HD Pack. So this is a thing that came out with the release of Blue Shift, since computer technology advanced a bit since '98 and the original Half-Life. They actually upgraded some graphical things of the engine with this. Half-Life not required. So that was also a thing here. So Opposing Force did require Half-Life to be installed. This does not, apparently. M for Mature still, Gearbox, Valve, and Sierra. So does it still say in small text on here, developed by Gearbox? So that's what Opposing Force did. It had in very small text on the front that it was developed by Gearbox, but they don't have it on this one. Alright, so again, just like the other ones, we got a fold-out box, just like the others on the front. The Academy never prepared you for this. It was just another day on the job until all hell broke loose. Bizarre, bloodthirsty aliens in a military death squad were definitely not cleared for entry. As security, it's your job to bring order to this mess while you try to keep yourself and the scientists alive. It's going to be one hell of a day. Yeah, there's a Gearbox logo on it, and there was one there for Opposing Force, but there's still a Valve logo on it too. And at the very least with Opposing Force, they did disclose on the front, like, developed by Gearbox. They did not do that for this one, even though it very much was developed by Gearbox and not Valve. Alright. Every bit of Blue Shift is worthy of the Half-Life legacy, says GamePro. Alright. Okay, also includes Half-Life Opposing Force, the award-winning action thriller that places you in the boots of military specialists assigned to eliminate Gordon Freeman. Yep, that was accurate. Sure. Blue Shift contains the award-winning artificial intelligence, animation, and technology that made Half-Life PC gamers' greatest game of all time. Sure. Learn more about the incidents at Black Mesa and explore new areas of this mysterious government facility. So, sure. Black Mesa never looked better. That's accurate, I guess. They had upgraded models. Alright. 2 new episodes for the best PC game ever. Also includes Half-Life Opposing Force. Okay, so this is kind of like a split promotion between those 2 expansions. Alright, Half-Life has been named Game of the Year by over 50 publications and dubbed the best PC game ever by PC Gamer. In Half-Life Blue Shift, explore previously restricted areas of mysterious Black Mesa government facility. Blue Shift also contains a Half-Life HD pack, which upgrades the weapons and characters of all the games in the Half-Life saga. Alright. Return to Black Mesa as a security guard who allied with Gordon Freeman, the original award-winning thriller. 32-player multiplayer, capture the flag, yep. It includes the Half-Life HD pack, automatically upgrade all your stuff, new HD content. Okay, and then that's just Opposing Force promo stuff. Alright, so I will be playing this with the HD pack on because that actually came with this. So I guess that's the intended way for Blue Shift to be played, so that's how I will actually play this one. Okay, here's the disc. So it's just like the other 2 discs, except this one's blue. There's your difference. Also worth noting here, on the disc, there is a Sierra logo and a Valve logo. Notice that there is not a Gearbox logo anywhere on here. So if you're picking this up at a thrift store or something without the game box, you think, oh shit, another Valve game. When this is not a Valve game. Alright. Half-Life Blue Shift, so this is the Steam box art that you get with the Steam release, which is the version I'll be playing. And here is the high-quality Steam box art that you get with that. Okay. Alright, let's dive into this banger. Oh boy. Can't wait. Alright. All right, so I have no idea how difficult this one is. So, if this one's roughly a third of the length of regular Half-Life, I guess we should shoot for 30 deaths, maybe? Less than 30? Less than 20? I don't know. We'll see here, I guess. Hello, Anime Steven Seagal. Hey, Shio. How did I like Opposing Force? I thought the combat was better than original Half-Life, but the rest of the game wasn't as good. Let's bring that down to sure. Okay. All right, so we are going to have HD models enabled for this. You wager 18, okay. All right, so I'm going to turn off joystick look. Auto aim is off again. I'm going to keep raw mouse input off for now and see if it does the same thing that it did with Opposing Force. And I know how to fix it now if it does indeed happen. Okay, so anything new in here? Use items, voice comm, reload, walk, flashlight. Okay, the spray button's still there. Good. There's 5 categories of weapons rather than 7. There's 7 in Opposing Force. And then these, I need to change those. Okay, so it looks to be less complicated than Opposing Force, which I don't know, that might be a good thing. Let's see. All right. Oh.
Welcome to the Black Mesa Hazard Course for Security Guard Training. I'll be your holographic guide to assist.
Okay. I gotta turn on raw mouse input.
Assist you in your training. Whenever you see one of these buttons, press it and I'll repeat instructions or show you how things are done.
Hollow Barney. All right.
Here you will find your standard armor vest and helmet. These will help protect you against any physical threat you may encounter while performing your duties. When your armor becomes too damaged to be useful, you'll need to find a fresh vest or helmet to protect yourself.
Okay, so there's no recharge stations then, I guess. All right.
Moving around in your armor may be a little tricky at first. Take a moment to get a feel for moving around.
Is this actually, like, they just cloned the Half-Life 1 training room?
The first move you'll need to practice is jumping. You'll have to get over all 3 of them.
Good work. Please proceed to the next area.
This seems quite lazy.
You'll need to duck under the next set of obstacles.
Like, I get that for in-game
I hardly noticed you.
for in-game lore purposes, like, sure, maybe they would use the same training course for guards as the HEV suit operators, but
Prepared for the next station.
considering the lengths that they went to with the tutorial in Opposing Force,
Perform a duck
doing
jump.
this,
You wanna
just rehashing this, just seems like a huge step back. Yeah, this is actually the same.
walk directly into the ladder. Look up and continue
Yep.
moving forward.
And then this is the 3
The
jumps.
next 4 jumps get more difficult each time.
Okay, this is different. So this used to be one long hallway going that way. All right, so there we go. They did change something.
To start the lift, walk up the button and press the
Hey, Chaos.
There's only one way down.
All right.
Target on the floor. You'll find medical kits like this one throughout the Black Mesa research facility.
Yeah, this was released in 2001,
Kit, then press and hold your use key.
and Opposing Force was 1998
Full health until the
or
kit
99.
is completed.
99 for Opposing Force. This is 2001.
Cannot be reused.
Original Half-Life was 98, so this came out 3 years after original
You may
Half-Life.
also find HEV charging stations, such as this one, throughout the facility. These stations, however, can only be used by qualified science personnel wearing powered hazardous environment equipment, so they will be inaccessible to you during your duties.
So the other big difference here is that HD models are turned on because that was part of the package deal with Blue Shift.
To spin that bridge, walk up to the control wheel and press the use key. Great job. Sometimes you'll need to rely on quick reflexes
jeez.
to
Okay.
get around. Try jumping this
So this
gap
still
on
does the
your
thing
own.
where if you hold down the use key,
If you can't push
while
an
moving a
obstacle
box,
out of the way, you might try to
it just
pull
goes flying.
To pull a box, move up to it and press the use key while holding it. If nothing else works, you can try
All right. So back to the old crowbar, I guess.
You'll need to use your flashlight for the next area.
So there's no recharge thing here.
Great. Remember, your flashlight will lose power over time, so switch it off when you don't need it.
Hey Jeff, will I play Counter-Strike next?
Black Mesa training target range.
So it is
You'll
called
get a chance to
Half-Life
fire your weapon,
Half-Life colon
reload,
Counter-Strike,
and
but
fire the attached grenade launcher.
I don't think so.
Select your equipment and proceed to the firing station.
Hey, fun.
You'll need
So
to hit every target to complete the
So the
course.
gun looks
If
different.
you miss, don't worry about it. The targets will keep moving until you manage to score a hit. If you want to get
It sounds
through target
different.
range as quickly as possible,
Hey, Boix.
try reloading during pauses instead of letting your gun run out.
How you liking Breath of the Wild, Boix?
Time.
That's that one's in my top 5 all time.
Launcher, use the alternate fire button. Some targets can only be destroyed by lobbing grenades. I'll start the sequence in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
First one was here, I think. How'd you like the combat tutorial that was like 20 hours into the game? Well, not quite 20. It's more like 6, but that's probably the best thing about Breath of the Wild.
Congratulations. You've completed the Black Mesa training target range. You may have
And here's this basic combat tutorial,
We'll let you know
a very significant length into the game. You didn't even find it yet? Nice.
You regain health lost from holding your breath.
There is a proper tutorial for how to do the combat. The test of strength. Okay, it's by one of the villages you're supposed to do, or where the main quest is.
Activates a Geiger counter and radiation display in your helmet. Many other biological and chemical hazards are also indicated in your head on display. Please proceed to the next section.
Alright, so far this is almost identical to Half-Life 1. Yeah, the weapon degradation thing, I didn't like it at... What the hell? Oh. Okay. I didn't like it at first, but then it grew on me.
Yes, I will follow you if you wish.
So they take away your guns here.
Access granted.
Oh yeah, by the way, regarding Counter-Strike, there is a single-player Counter-Strike game on Xbox. So... But... Probably not.
Congratulations on completing the Black Mesa Hazard course.
Come back anytime. I don't
You're
think
now
I...
certified to join the Blue Shift High Security Unit.
Yeah, the Xbox Counter-Strike is called, yeah, Zero Condition. Yeah, something like that. Condition Zero. Yep.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System. This automated train is provided for the comfort and convenience of Black Mesa residents and visitors to the Black Mesa Research Facility.
All right.
Time is 8:42 a.m. topside temperature is 91.
Oh, the parts to hack it? Well, you don't need the parts from China to hack it. You need a paper clip. If you've got a paper clip, you could do it. Actually, believe it or not, I have not hacked my Switch. It is one of the few consoles I have not hacked.
To the central transit hub in area.
Shocking, I know. So the door on the tram is on the left side this time.
At all times.
So this is a big change here.
Attempt to open the doors until the train has come to a complete halt at the station platform. In the event of an emergency, passengers are to remain seated and await further instruction.
Oh, I haven't hacked my PS4 either. Didn't really see a point.
Passengers should be evacuated first. Please stay away from electrified rails and proceed to an emergency station until assistance arrives.
Do you love your Switch like a Vita too? I think I have more actual Vita games than I have Switch games.
Security area beyond Sector C. You will need to board a high-security train at the Central Transit Hub. If you have not yet submitted your identity,
Oh man, that pizza.
clearance system, you must report to Black Mesa personnel for processing before you will be admitted to the high-security branch of the transit system. If you wish to transfer to the Sector B or C medium security lines, you may do so before you reach the Central Transit Hub at the Area 9 security checkpoint. Access to the medium security branch of the transit system is for employees of the Black Mesa Research Facility and authorized visitors only, and requires that you wear your security badge at all times.
Was I really keeping the tram from moving because I was standing there? What the? All right. Okay. Hopefully that didn't break anything else. Not a good start.
Hell if I know. Friends like you.
Also, how?
Hey, Calhoun. Looks like we're in for a long day today. Have a good one, Calhoun.
Oh, okay. Just wondering, like, how am I supposed to get out?
This train is now transferring to the Sector C line of the transit system. This is a medium security area of the Black Mesa facility. Be sure to wear your identification badge at all times.
All right, so we're Barney Calhoun, security guard extraordinaire. All right, on the lookout for G-Man. Uh-oh, forklift.
Now arriving at Area 3 security facilities.
Yeah. Yeah, the Vita's got a few deficiencies when it comes to the library. If you love anime games, though, that is a system for you.
Hold on a minute. The door's not responding to your pass ID. Let me see if I can get it open on this side.
All right. This is that the Gordon? He's kind of warping around in there.
Okay, I think
Okay.
I got it.
Is Blue Shift shorter? Yeah, apparently it's like 2 hours long. And Half-Life 1 took 9 hours.
Calhoun, we've been having problems all over the facility this morning. System crashes, security malfunctions. It's a wonder this whole place hasn't shut down yet.
All right.
Calhoun, you know you can't go on duty without your sidearm and uniform.
What? That's the spray? Okay. Nice. Alright, this is refreshments. Okay. Alright, hold up. Security checkpoint area. That can't be the spray. Oh, I could just... Sure. Probably armory?
Nice of you to show up this morning, Calhoun. Yeah, I know. Problems with the access system. Hope you're ready for a long shift. We're doing everything we can to get the problem under control. Just give us some time to...
Time? I don't have any more time.
Hey, Gander. Good to see you too. Yeah, that's part of the gameplay is you have to fix all the textures in wrong places. I kind of hurried this one out the door. Perfect.
How's it going? Here you go, Calhoun.
Alright.
I know you're not on the schedule for a couple more days, but if you want to squeeze in a few shots in the range, there's plenty of room.
Sure. This guy is Otis, I think is his name. Nice. All right. All right, if you right click, that's what your accuracy does. All right. Probably going to need that ammo. Okay. All right, we don't have a melee weapon yet. This is all we get. Just running around with our gun drawn like this. Okay.
Good morning, Gordon.
All right. Actual in-engine cutscenes. Okay, that's somebody else. Hey, that's hologram lady from the training course in the first one. Reusing models, boys. Or that whole thing was just... Maybe that was a hologram of somebody pushing the cart. Alright. Yeah, Gordon Freeman would never walk.
I'm a little busy right now, Calhoun.
Yeah. All right. America. Okay. Lame. All right, can you flush the toilets at least? That's... Is that the toilet flushing sound? No. What the hell? This is a step... Like, you could use this at least. And you could do that. Why can you not flush the toilet? Dude. This is like...
Well, now what? Looks like some people are having problems with the main access lift in Sector G. Why don't you go over there and see what you can do?
Okay. Alright. We'll run over there with our pistol drawn. Ready to assist.
Have a good one, Calhoun.
Okay. Well, so far this is thrill a second.
Don't you have your own job to be doing?
Oh. Okay. Alright. Good to know. That's a game over.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Perhaps.
They just...
All right. Yes, this should help.
That doesn't sound right.
Let me help you. Okay. I hope you know what you're doing. Of course.
Nice. They're just reusing assets all over the place. Which is smart.
If you're waiting for the tram to Sector 2, you're probably better off walking it. I overheard someone say that all the trams on this end of the facility are having problems.
Okay. Means I have to walk, I guess. Great. So this is all before the catastrophe. So this is... Oh man. All right. All right. We pressing buttons now, boys. I don't have a melee weapon yet. Yep, this is sure is exciting. I think there's a reason why these parts of Black Mesa weren't shown in the other games. He's warping around too. And that's not a game over. Yeah.
Well, it's about time. We don't pay you people to mosey around at your own convenience. Make this thing work so we can get on with this miserable day.
Alright, you just had to press the button. Oh, was that hard? Press the button. Well, I'm paid the big bucks here. LCC.
It's probably those anomalous materials people again. Always pushing their equipment too hard, dabbling in who knows what. I'd be surprised if there's one good brain among them.
Yep, it definitely wasn't me firing shots into the ceiling. Oh, okay. I hear Vortigons. I just hope that I don't get stuck in the floor during this elevator sequence.
My goodness!
Eh?
Oh dear!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, they reused this track. I recognize this from Half-Life 1. Okay. Alright, I appreciate that they made these all cardboard so you don't have to spend twice as long breaking them. Because everybody loves breaking boxes. And so far, none of them have any items. Except, well, one. One did. Oh, jeez. Okay, sure. I intended to do that. Yep. All according to plan. Perfect. Okay. That door was pulling me along with it. Oh. Nice. Okay, so that stuff damages me. Okay. I guess I can't shoot those through the... Sure.
Calhoun! How did you get through the power lock? Well, it doesn't matter. The only other way out of here is through the canal. If you do make it to the surface, don't tell anyone I'm down here. I think they're trying to kill us all. Now get out of here. The canal is where you want to be.
Okay, so this takes place then
Please leave me alone.
a third of the way at least
If you
through
want to escape, go through the canal.
yeah. The canal. Oh, you spoke. Okay. That's why they have you go up here. That's too long to drop. Okay. Okay. So it seems like these guys either have more health or my bullets do less damage. Okay. Alright. Opposing Force had a decent amount of jump scares, so since this is also a Gearbox game, I was expecting at least some in this one. You pick up armor like this is Counter-Strike. Okay, I need to move that over to there, and then assuming I need to get up there. This is probably how you get up onto the... onto there? Okay. I gotta lower that just a little bit. Should be good. That should be good. Alright. The real boss is Half-Life ice physics here. Can I move this, actually? Oh. Okay. Turns out I can drastically simplify this. Okay.
I don't want them to hear us. If
Hello?
you want to escape, go through the canal. Please leave me alone.
Which one of the... this one? What? Okay. Okay. This is a fantastic start. Oh boy. Giant pugs, yep. The alien good boys. That'll probably do it. I don't think I can move those barrels. Shouldn't have to, though. But I suppose I could. I've been overcomplicating things again, so now I can raise up that. Didn't occur to me until just then that I could do this. Okay. I was not thinking with portals there. Or crouch jumps. Alright. This time. What? Fucking ladders. What? Oh, stop it. So I'm left clicking. I'm left clicking to respawn and he just spawns by dumping. What the fuck? Well, Okay. Whoa. Okay. Let's... Yep. Okay, fine. It looks like something... Okay, so if you try to turn your flashlight on and off while you're reloading, you can't. So this game does something weird with, like, action priorities or something. Something is definitely weird and different from the other two games. Okay, I still hear Vortigaunt somewhere. Alright, more ladders, great. Probably turns off that, I'm guessing. Or not? Yeah, the lack of music is, par for the course, but there's especially less music in this one so far. Huh. Oh, that one probably got turned off by that. Okay, scientist and shotgun. Alright, so same shotgun as first two games. And probably a way to drop down the ladder. I'm assuming this is still closed, yep. So that's probably a shortcut door for something else. Okay, so even though we can't use HEV stations, at least they're still there, so that's good. They kept that bit of world building still in the game. So what does this accomplish? Oh. Okay. I don't... Sure. I'm not sure why that didn't blow up. Pretty sure I shot that enough times. Okay, so I probably need to get over there. Okay, I came from over there. Alright, got barnacles. Okay. So I'm assuming this doesn't have rope climbing mechanics like Opposing Force did. I don't see a ladder to get back up here. Oh, I probably have to go in there. Okay. Perfect. Nailed it. Come on. Okay, guess we're doing this thing. Oh. Made it. Oh, shit. Alright. Got me with that one. They got me with that one. Okay. Even though there's like nothing that can actually be a danger to me at this point besides myself. But that one still got me. Okay. So if you got pulled up by the barnacle, you can get those 2 health up there, I guess. But I don't need them. This is another track that's from Half-Life 1, I think. I see you. Excess water from canal flooding. Okay. Alright, well, we're headed to the canals, so I guess that's a positive. Oh. Alright, we got Pokemon. Okay. Nice shooting me. The shotgun sounds different. It's like it's clipping or something. The firing sound effect, at least. I don't know, something just seems off with the audio in this one compared with the others. Yep. Nice. 99 health to 100. Worth. Okay. Alright, so there's... Keep explosive material out of canal. Okay. Yeah, that warehouse section. Hopefully we don't get a return to that. Okay, so I'm assuming we need to do the opposite of what the sign says. And this also explains why I couldn't shoot this to blow it up earlier. Okay. What did that accomplish? So that blew a hole in there. Okay. Puzzles. Well, so far this is like, hey, remember those really boring parts of Half-Life 1? Here it is again. Except you're playing as Barney.
Yeah, why are we on disposal duty anyway? Just because Shepard's team didn't make it, we have to do the crap jobs? Well, let's get on with it.
Alright. Plot. Shepard's team did make it though. It's just that most of Shepard's team were idiots. Yep, all these Barney clones. Okay. All right. Now we're talking. Okay. Oh. Nice. Sure. So we are very briefly out of the sewers. Now we are right back in them. Alright, that was clever. Hiding an enemy on the other side of the steam. Alright. Okay. That. I don't like the looks of that. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. "47 minutes in, so apparently we're getting close to the halfway mark of this one. Of the thrilling Half-Life Blue Shift. Okay. Sure. You never finished the first Half-Life? Man. Should get on that. Pretty good. Alright, it's like ammo is the bit of a problem. Might have to start crowbarring enemies here. Man, it's like no ammo. Okay. Alright. Maybe that's how they differentiate this one. Like, this one is more survival horror than the others. Got ourselves a block pushing puzzle, boys. Okay. There's gonna be head crabs in here. Yep. 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 Oldest Half-Life trick in the book. Yep. This does not act as a ladder. Okay. So let's do this. Yep. Head crab. Probably one over here too. Oh, the Uncharted games? Yeah, those are on my to-do list. I've got 1 through 3 on PS3. I have 4 on PS4, and then I also have the Vita one. The Vita Uncharted game, one of the few like unique Vita only games that's on that system that I'm going to be streaming. That isn't an anime game, I guess, is the other qualifier there. Yeah, I only played through 1 so far, and a little bit of 2. Okay. And 1 was okay. I'd give it an okay out of 5.
I appreciate your help, but I'm afraid those bastards did their damage already. If you were trying to reach the freight yards in hope of escaping, then just forget about it. The military is rounding up everyone and everything they can find, and either killing them or bringing them up here for questioning. A colleague and I came up with our own plan for escape, and we were on our way to one of the old prototype labs when we ran into them. But listen to me, if you still want to get out of here alive, your only hope may be to find my friend. If you can get past the soldiers, find Dr. Rosenberg. With him, you may have a chance to get out of this place.
Okay. Dr. Rosenberg, huh? Sure. They're gonna daintily put down a grenade. Oh, you just can't go through a door, huh? Alright. Defeated by a door, huh? Happens to the best of us. One thing I don't need right now. Okay. Slowly turn around. They didn't hit me even once. What the hell? They hit me like twice. Oh. Huh. Okay. Defeated by a Barney, huh? Yeah, that guy hit me once. This is on medium, right? God, in opposing force, I would have been dead like 3 times over there. Okay. Well. Maybe they got player feedback that 3 was too difficult for players or something. Okay. Briefly get music. Very secure. Eh. Alright, good. Ammo. Yeah, that music, all 3 notes of that music were pretty good for the 15 seconds we had it. This... Like, I don't even feel the need to dodge against these guys. Like... I don't know. They must have did something. This AI. Nice texture, bro. I know that was my decal, but that's pretty nice that this counts as part of the floor for over there too. Oh shit! Nice. Thanks for the auto weapon switch. Yep. I didn't want that grenade anyways. Okay.
Someone let us out of
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah. Okay, probably gotta jump onto that and then onto these. There a ladder? So I don't see any movable boxes around here. Oh geez, am I stuck? Am I actually stuck? Oh, okay. Good. Also, there's aliens somewhere here, apparently.
Help! Someone let us out of here. Help! Someone let us out of here. Help!
Okay.
Someone
it's
let
the-
us out of here.
Oh, I didn't notice this. Holding down the use button makes you walk super slow. So yeah, something's different with the physics in this one. Okay. Maybe there's a button. Is that Dragon's Dogma? Oh man. I heard that. That one's real goofy when you're climbing around on things, I think. I think that's one of the gimmicks of that one. Is that you can climb on enemies or something, however small they are. And that sounds like a great feature. Okay. What am I supposed to do here? I gotta...
Help! Someone let us out of here.
Maybe it's this? No. Okay.
Help! Someone let us out of here.
Oh, are they in here? Oh.
Rescued at last! Thank God you're here! No, I'm afraid I'm not Dr. Rosenberg.
Oh, well then.
I suppose a security guard should know what he's doing. Let's go.
Alright. I saved you, Doctor.
I'll wait right here.
Yes. Now I have use for these. Perfect. Excellent. I just stood there and took that, because for whatever reason, the guy in front was not dying. He tossed NPCs off cliffs. Nice. Okay. Zombie panic source, huh? Anything like Left 4 Dead? Because I certainly have nostalgia for Left 4 Dead. I played the hell out of that one. Great game, that one. Oh, fortress building? Okay, so it's like Call of Duty Zombies then? I got one at least. Left 4 Dead 2 in years. Yeah, I mostly played Left 4 Dead 1. I couldn't get into 2 as much. I don't know why, but I spent most of the time with 1. I was mostly playing the hospital scenario. Like I hardly played the other scenarios. Probably because it was the one the demo. But man, what a great and really unique experience that game was. Okay. Group of survivors, few zombies, join the zombies, the one survivors. Huh. Neat. So I probably have to start at the train, maybe?
Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you, Doctor.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
I probably have to get on top of that. Okay, so I maybe have to push, or it's like,
Hello? Can anyone hear me? Yes, you seem like someone I can trust. I refuse to go. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can anyone hear me? I'll be right behind you. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
maybe it's under the train?
Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Huh. Hello? Is there a Barney out there? Where? Assuming that there's no, button I gotta press here. Maybe.
Lead the way.
Alright, come with me if you want to live.
I'm going to stay here and wait for my colleagues. Fine. You won't even know I'm here. This is as far as I go.
Okay. Did I screw this up by breaking boxes?
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
So it made a different sound. We're supposed to...
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, like this makes a different sound.
Can anyone hear me? Yes, I'm slowing you down with my brains and your brawn. Hello? Can anyone hear me? You're going to have to leave me here. Can anyone hear me?
Okay, so let's break these. Maybe you gotta get these trains moving or something? Or use use this to blow up that, maybe? Or this? I don't suppose I could turn this around. This? Okay, and then I need to not, alright. Okay. Puzzle solving. Okay, this is neat. This is clever. This is very clever. Okay. This is clever. It's a bit dumb. No, I think this is clever. That is a great use of environmental
I'm
stuff.
afraid I'm not Dr. Rosenberg, but you'll still help me, won't you? Let's go.
Well, what can you do for me, Doctor?
I'll wait right here.
So that's what this is for. Yes, walk into this. Yep, this is tactics. Well, this took me a long time too to figure that out. It's not immediately obvious what to do there. Okay. Yep, just stay at a range, don't even fire at me. Yep, it's like I'm playing opposing force all over again. Yep, move in. Let's get some ammo while they move in. I have a feeling they messed with the soldier AI to make that is a tank. I'm pretty sure they made the soldiers less aggressive in this. Okay, that is a live fire tank. Okay. So I need to... Okay, there's a rocket launcher in there. Oh, they do have grenades. Alright. We're using our security guard training here to shoot ourselves in the face. Sure, they teach you how to use rocket launchers in training for security guards. Alright. Nothing but pleasant sounds over here. Okay. Probably gonna have to disable that at some point. Sure. Alright, this seems safe. Okay. Oh, we're back out here. Oh no, this is a different samey looking train yard. Damn. Sure. Alright. Always got to be careful with the amount of times that I got blown up by a random like airstrike in the first game. Okay. Alright, so hour 17. So far, the vibe that I'm getting from this game is this feels like a map set that a modder made. Way more so than Opposing Force. Opposing Force had a lot of unique stuff to it. So far, this feels like HL guy 69420 made this sweet set of maps on the editor and released them for y'all to play. Shoutouts to Level Lord. And the scene.
Hello! I'm in here! Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, sweet crack-tro, a bunch of tracker music. Yeah, there's aliens briefly. Okay.
What's the status on Freeman? Yes, I'm Dr. Rosenberg. Although I'm not very proud to admit it, seeing as though I'm partially responsible for all of this.
Palette swap
How
Gordon.
did you know my name? Oh, I see. Poor Harold. Yes, our plan was to get to one of the old prototype labs. It involved something that very few people in the facility are authorized to know about. The same technology that brought about this catastrophe could also be our only way out. You see, I was involved in the very early work on teleporter technology, long before the Lambda complex was even built. There may be enough equipment in the old lab to piece together a device that would allow us to teleport outside of the facility. As improbable as that may sound to someone like yourself. Of course, none of that does a whole lot of good while we're stuck in here.
Alright, palette swap Gordon.
Perhaps I could help boost you through that vent in the ceiling. If you're lucky, you might be able to take those soldiers by surprise.
Oh, I think
Let's try this.
I'll be fine.
Squad, neutralized, hostile,
Oh. Alright. Effective use of rifle grenades. Gearbox earlier in Gearbox today. Yeah. Yeah, the hand lift was neat. That was... Okay, am I supposed to... bring the doctor with me? Assuming I do, because I need him to make the teleporter.
All right. Now we'll need to head back to the area where you met Harold. The access to the old lab should still be there, but we may have to break through some of the newer construction to get to it. All right, let's stick together.
Alright. Oh, that just brings us back here. Okay.
Sir, sector secure. Over.
Oh. Alright. Hang out over here. Doctor. Doctor?
Sweebat sector. Lead the way, Calhoun. Oh, please don't. Let's get going. I'll wait here.
Okay. You wait there. Yep. Because otherwise, that guy would have got you. Oh, he's doing the thing. Alright, the grenade soldiers have appeared. Just drop that grenade. Okay. Alright, Doctor. Let's roll.
Lead the way, Calhoun.
You don't get your health back by doing that. That's some good water, though. That is some impressive water tech there.
I may be slowing you down, but you'll need me. All right, let's hope we don't run into any more of those soldiers. I'll stay here, but hurry back.
I remember if he was in the basement. Oh, okay. Sure. Look at that pathfinding. Okay, here's the doctor. All right. Doctor? What?
Yes, let's go. Wait up, Calhoun. I'm afraid I need to rest.
Wha-
Let's go. Hold on, Calhoun. You'll have to slow down a bit. All right. You won't even know I'm here. I need to rest a bit before I could go on. Yes, hold on, Calhoun. I need to take a break. Let's hurry. There's no time to waste.
Am I... Uh-oh.
Slow down, Calhoun. I can't keep up at this pace. Yes, let's go.
Doctor? Doctor? Okay. Jeez.
Don't leave me here, Calhoun.
No. Oh,
Let's hurry. There's no time to wait.
I thought the entrance is over here.
Hold on, Calhoun. You'll have to slow down a bit. Let's hope we don't run into any more of those soldiers.
Is this... Are we going in here? Oh, that's it. Need to move this over there?
Slow down, Calhoun. I can't keep up at this pace.
What? There is no pace. We're...
Let's go.
Is this where we're supposed to... You said the entrance was by the...
I need to rest a bit before I can go on. All right, let's stick together. Hold on, Calhoun. I need to take a break. I'll be right behind you. Wait up, Calhoun. I'm afraid I need to rest. All right. You won't even know I'm here.
Come on. All right. Over here.
I need to rest a bit before I could go on.
What?
Yes, we'll have a better chance if we... Hold on, Calhoun. I need to take a break.
Maybe you're supposed to use these to get into there? Maybe? They clearly want you to use these for something. These go down the stairs? No? So that's where we escaped from.
Lead the way, Calhoun.
Okay, so... Same tunnel. I could have sworn...
Slow down, Calhoun. I can't keep up at this pace.
What?
Let's get going.
Where the hell am I supposed to go? Is it...
Hold on, Calhoun. You'll have to slow down a bit.
So there's a soldier there, so clearly this is on the critical path,
All right. You won't even know I'm here.
but...
Wait up, Calhoun. I'm afraid I need to rest.
Is it this? No? Oh, okay. Looks like I can get up on there, but that's not going to do me any good.
Yes, let's go.
So he said to go by where the other guy was.
Hold on, Calhoun. You'll have to slow down a bit.
And this you can climb up, but you're supposed to. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be this. Yeah, he said near him, and there's not much else around here. Like there's... Surely the entrance to the secret lab isn't like in here. And then this guy's just dead, apparently. Alright, I'm gonna go back this way and... But he was staring at this wall. Oh! There we go. That's why he was staring at that thing. Okay. Alright. Alright, Doctor. Let's... Doctor? Doctor? Hello? Doctor? Alright, Doctor. I'm not looking for hints, by the way. Let me point that out once again. Not looking for hints. I'd like to figure it out on my own. Alright, surely this won't backfire. Okay. Yeah, I need the doctor. Shit. Alright. Perhaps he'll be responsive. Let's go back for him. Surely a loading zone will make the doctor do something. Alright, okay.
All right, let's stick together.
Yep, let's. Okay.
Hold on, Calhoun. I need to take a break.
All right, fine. Take a break. All right, doctor. No.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think he got stuck in the ground. And then he thinks like he can't move anymore or something. That's gotta be why. That's happening. Alright, doctor. Oh, baby. That,
Should have chosen the Lambda reactor for an escape, but the crew there is bent on fighting the creatures, with all their hopes set on someone named Freeman. Let those fools try and fight a battle they can't win. I just want to get out of here.
Same. Alright, don't get stuck in the floor in this elevator. Oh my god. Please.
Let's get going.
Yes. Okay.
Well, I hope the old security system is still active. My fingerprint ID is still valid and on file.
Yeah.
Dr. Rosenberg, thank God you made it. We've managed to piece together some of the larger equipment, but you'll need to oversee the rest of the construction.
Excellent, Walter. Finish aligning the power cell matrix, and I'll see if I can get the system online in the main room. Now, there's no time to waste.
Okay. Yeah, now he doesn't need any brakes. Faster than me. Yeah.
Well, looks like the equipment is in better shape than I expected. Unfortunately, this older technology does not have the ability to target an Earth destination in its current state. You see, Mr. Calhoun, teleportation isn't as easy as going from point A to point B. We've discovered a strange border world that was somehow involved in the process, which kept us from accurately predicting where any given teleportation event would lead to back on Earth. Some of the more promising research on the matter led to a device that could be attached to the strange crystalline structures we found on this border world. Now, this device could then be used as a focal point and a relay to aid in the teleportation. Well, in theory, that is. We lost contact with the survey group shortly after the device was in place. We later discovered other methods of aiming the field, but all of the equipment in this lab uses the older technology. In order for any of us to get out of here alive, someone will have to go to the border world and activate the device. I'm afraid you're the only one who can do this, seeing as how everyone else will be needed to operate the equipment. We should be able to get you fairly close to where the survey team had set up, but I fear the likelihood of running into alien creatures is very high. Once you find the device, simply power it on and align the emitters until the signal reaches maximum strength. We'll reopen the teleporter for your return once we receive the signal, but you must hurry back, as we can only keep it open for a short amount of time. All right, I'm going to initiate the teleporter charging sequence now. Be ready, Mr. Calhoun. Once the field is open, it will become unstable very quickly. Simmons, can you hear me? It's ready.
Okay. Sure. Hey, Ed. who's ready to go back to Zen again. Can't wait. I'm sure it'll be non-stop fun, just like all the other Zen portions.
We're almost there. The primary capacitors have reached full charge. Simmons, release the damping rods and open the field. The field, it's open! Calhoun, enter the teleporter.
Okay. Okay. Oh boy, more Zen. Okay. Okay. This is... Probably have to climb up on those. Yeah, the remake Zen looks pretty neat. Original game Zen, not so much. Okay, there's a thing up there. Can't get to it. And it's still playing the hey, you're walking around inside of a sewer pipe effect. I don't know why, because we're clearly not in an indoor area. Great. Don't know if I can stun these. Okay. It's supposed to take damage. Great. Alright, how long are we gonna have music for? This is also a Half-Life 1 track. Okay. Souls. Alright, there's good boys in here. Hear him. Oh, that is not a good boy. "30 whole seconds of this banging track." Oh, there's a Pokemon in here. Also not a good boy. It looks like we got ourselves a maze here. Okay, so the one with the dead head crab next to it is where we came in from. Nice. 2 dead head crabs. Probably another one over here. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the going to Zen thing should have been a Half-Life 1 only gimmick, I agree. Because if any old asshole can go to Zen, then that does cheapen the experience. But who knows, maybe Gearbox and Valve thought like, oh man, players really love the Zen portion. I'm sure they're gonna want more of Zen. It'll be unacceptable if we don't put Zen in our game. Okay. Eh? I have a feeling we're gonna be fighting Uniball again. What the hell? What? Eh? Oh, okay, we're not fighting. Balzac. Alright, epic music. Right before probably the final boss fight. Oh, hello. Plays the Forticon. Yep. You should have made that a VR thing. Where you have to Kamehameha to attack. Sure. I have more of this ammo than I do the other one. Might as well. Okay. Yep, it'll be a rail shooter where you can't move. You can only be teleported from place to place. And you need to Kamehameha. A gauntlet of Gordon Freeman's. Oh. Yeah. Assume that there's goodies over there. Oh. Or there, yep, okay. I had the right idea. I was just a little too early. Yeah. There better not be one of those fish things in here. That's one of the few monsters, or Elamaus, that we haven't come across yet. Is the dumb, loud fish thing. And I am totally glad that has been the case. Yeah. Okay, I thought that would be how you do that. Apparently not. So, up there, I guess? Sure. Okay, this is probably just extras, I guess. Oh, well, this is the intended path. Sure. Okay. Alright, we got like a survey team base, I guess. This was, oh, this must be the teleporter thing that the doctor was telling me about. Sure. Yes, I am. I am a qualified scientist. Okay, so I interacted with this. That. Sure. And then, there's a button up there. Okay. Yep. Sure. Yep. Uh-huh. Oh, this. Oh, man. They actually... Okay. Alright. Let's do some science here. Perfect. Okay. Alright. Space babies in the sun. Oh, the big boys too. So they make you do these encounters without any infinite energy weapons like you could in the first game. Yeah. Okay. Do I just... This, maybe? Those are the only things hooked up to it, so... Maybe I just wait? Either that, or shoot it with the... Alright, if in doubt, shoot it with a rocket. Okay, maybe there's something inside here that changed. What? Oh, hello. Okay. Hey, Drew. We're here for the what's probably the thrilling conclusion to Blue Shift. Okay. Space baby. Hey. Nope. What? It can still shoot while it's dead? Lame. Okay. Sure. Let's get another rocket. All right, worth it. Yep. Great. Nine till midnight. 9 a.m. to midnight. Because that's a sleep right there. I think I've achieved that once. The powerful 20-hour sleep. But only when I was really sick before. Or no, it was when I was really... It was when I came back from a GDQ, I want to say. It was one of the GDQs I had to stay up for like 40 hours or some stupid number that I shouldn't have stayed up for. Alright, we got a big old teleporter there. Well, bugs in my system. I don't think I've ever gotten sick from or at a GDQ. Or limit break that I went to. I'm generally pretty resilient to things like that. Okay, I guess we gotta... Oh. Just great. Called that death. I think I'm supposed to just jump into the portal. Did I just get telefragged? What? Oh, we're in a... Okay, we're in a gray box.
Good job, Mr. Calhoun. We began to worry when you didn't come back for some time, but it looks as though you were able to get the device operational. The signal we're getting is very strong, but I'm afraid I have some bad news. The power reserves were just enough to open the field for your trip to the border world. If we plan on keeping the teleporter open long enough to calculate a safe exit point and allow time for everyone to go through, someone will have to go to the lower level and retrieve another power cell. A few of our colleagues went down there a while ago, but we haven't heard from them since. I can only fear for the worst. I hate to keep putting you in this position, but you must realize that if someone doesn't go down there, then none of us will get out of here alive. Besides, you're the best equipped to deal with any dangers that may be waiting. Here, I'll show you to the access elevator that leads to the power generator. Follow me.
All right. All right. Hopefully no more Zen sections. Yeesh. So we're getting a power cell.
Here we are. Down below are the old power generators that were used to service this lab. You should find what we're looking for down there. Once you've located a new power cell, make sure it's charged and send it up the freight lift. Good luck.
Alright. Service. Okay. Yeah.
It's okay, sir. I can take him. Things. They're everywhere. We've got to get out of here. Pull yourself together. If we don't get the power cell charged, we're all going to die.
Alright. Can't help them. Rip. So, oh, okay. Alright, got my right click handy here. And are these soldiers? Yep. Well, they were. Nope, same idea. Oh. Eh. Sure. So this is the freight lift, I guess? Yeah. Let's see what's over. Oh, this is that. Okay. This is where I just was. Got it. I dropped in a grenade. Okay. Okay. Power struggle again? What? We already saw the chapter name. Guess we're not blowing that. Probably have to drain the coolant in order to do anything here. Assuming that. Yep. Okay. Okay, I guess I gotta ride down the big lift then. Huh. It's not that. Came through here. Well, I guess it wasn't that. The big blue room. Okay. Yeah, we've been over there. I suppose I could just drop down there. So, let's see what's down here. Coolant. Okay. Alright, already been there. Oh yeah, I think I mentioned this the other day, but I'll mention it again. I'm getting some soldering, some capacitors and other electrical things in tomorrow and the day after. Can I just swim this? I'm not sure how I'd get back on land though. Yeah, okay. Yeah, definitely not. So maybe, just maybe, I'll do a soldering stream. A comfy capacitor replacement stream. Alright, maybe I'm supposed to shoot these? Hmm. What am I supposed to do here? Yep, don't fall in the Gatorade. At least it's not Red Powerade. My true foe. So it's the reserve coolant basin, so There must be a switch I have to hit somewhere to drain the coolant basin. Danger, coolant. And yeah, there's the pump. So maybe you're supposed to. I could come with this. Maybe okay. Is it this? Oh, there's this. Oh. Maybe you're supposed to push a piece of metal onto this to get it to conduct or something? Like a mine on it, but I don't have mines. Maybe this counts as a. Oh, maybe that. Okay. Save there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. It's practically Breath of the Wild now. Nice. Okay. All right, that is a neat puzzle. 2 neat puzzles in this game so far. That's totally how that works. That is definitely physics. That checks out. That forms a circuit. Just like a body would form a circuit. Okay, so that solves that problem. Okay. Okay. Oh, you're probably supposed to push these and form a... Yeah, okay. So you refill it with these forming a bridge. Okay. 3 neat puzzles. Well done. Yeah, there's a lot to not like about this one, but it does have some neat things in it. Like, Opposing Force had 3 samey box jumping and pushing things, but this is at least... It feels like there's slightly more effort put into it. Yeah, this is totally a Half-Life 2 puzzle, but in one. That's absolutely what it is. Okay, this is probably good enough. Okay. Sounded like there were Vortigons over there. Alright, let's see our amazing bridge. Yep, that looks good enough. Sure. And RE2 and Silent Hill. Hey, I'm trying to give this game some credit here. Stop poking holes in my arguments. This is totally original. Original mechanics, do not steal. See, look at that. Brilliant. A masterwork. Are they invulnerable? Hello? Alright. Surely this is a scripted event. Okay. Okay. Oh, or they're... Hey. Alright. Yeah, plot armor. The most effective armor. Why is that? Oh, come on. That's supposed to do damage. Hey. Okay. Oh, there's a Pokemon in here. How it got in here? No idea. I guess how everything else got here. Teleporting. Alright, put the blenders in there. Okay. So now what? Here's the amazing sounds y'all wanted. Just add in some explosions and crashing noises, and we'll almost be at opposing force levels of greatness. No, no. All right, let's try that again. Let's try that again. Pretty sure I have to go this way. Okay. Defeated the boss. Okay. So now what? Okay, this works now. Oh, okay, that... Go over there. How can I... Whoop. There was a rifle right here that I wanted the ammo for. Where'd it go? Dang it. Elevator access. Eh. Oh, this is the very start of this area.
I was hoping you'd show up. You have to get this power cell charged and back up to Dr. Rosenberg. I'd help, but I'm hurt pretty bad. You can probably push the power cell through the fence into the charging station behind me. Let me see if I can get out of the way.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Alright. The never awkward Half-Life pushing mechanics. Okay, there's the payload. Okay, insert it in there. All right. Delivery, good. Okay. And then GG. It's surely a leap of faith.
Calhoun, you did it! We've already begun preparing the device with the fresh power cell you sent up. This time, however, the process is going to be a bit more complex, so I'll need you to help me in the main room. Let's hurry. There's no time to waste.
Eh?
All right. I'll stay down here to monitor the system levels and direct the procedure. I need you to climb up to the control room and activate the main power. Once the process has started, you'll also need to release the damping locks each time the system has charged in order to open the displacement field. Don't worry, Mr. Calhoun. The process is simple, and I'll let you know when you need to do something.
Okay. Power and damping. Got it.
What are you waiting for, Calhoun? Get up to the control room and locate the main power switch. Very good. Stand by, Calhoun. Once the system is initialized, it'll take a few moments for the interpolating resonance coils to achieve focus. Everything is looking up. Oh no. The primary coolant line has been ruptured. Calhoun, go to the valve located on the catwalk and release the pressure. Hurry, before the system overheats. Good. Now keep turning the crank until the pressure is normal. The passengers are charging. When the main charge meter is full, I'll need you to open the displacement field from the control room.
Where's the meter? What meter?
We're almost there.
Oh, that thing.
Okay, the system is fully charged. Throw the switch located at the window. There, the field is open. Go now, Walter. Very good, Calhoun. I'll begin charging the system for the next teleport event.
This is exciting. A real minute here.
Almost there. All right, we've reached full charge again. Open the field, Calhoun. You must go now, Simmons. I'm going to go through next, but don't worry, Mr. Calhoun. I've set the system to automatically start the charging sequence once I've made it through. Just wait for the levels to reach full again and open the field like you've been doing.
Sure.
All right, it's ready. Good luck, Mr. Calhoun. I'll see you on the other side.
Why do you have to run all the way around it? Whoop. Alright, that was my own grenade. Okay. Clearly I need this. Alright. Hopefully nobody has seizures.
Ah, there he is. Calhoun, you've arrived. When you didn't come through right away, we thought that the... Oh no, there's something wrong here. Simmons, come look at Calhoun. His body seems to be in some sort of resonance displacement.
Okay.
Taking this Freeman guy. Topside for questioning. What the hell for? We got him. Let's kill him now. And if they find the body? Body? What body?
I remember that from the Half-Life.
Oh, thank God you made it. I was
Eh?
worried that a malfunction occurred at the last moment and you might have been caught in an infinite harmonic reflux. If that's the case, then you're lucky to be standing here. Then again, we're all lucky. Thanks to you, however, we were actually able to pull off this harebrained idea. We made it, Mr. Calhoun. We made it.
I bet they're going to die in like 30 seconds. Oh. I see. Well then. Disappointing ending. Disappointing most of it. How much did this retail for? So I'm pretty sure Blue Shift came with opposing force as well, and it also came with HD models for regular Half-Life. I'm not sure what it retailed for. I'm guessing it was maybe 30 or 40, because this was back when full price games were $50. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, usually the more further into expansions they get, the more experience they get with making the game, but yeah, I don't know. And also keep in mind that this one came out 2 years after the end. 2 years after Opposing Force came out and 3 years after Half-Life 1 came out. So I don't know. This one kind of seems like a cash grab to me, to be honest. All right, I clicked, and there we go. Yeesh. All right, are there any active? Nope, nobody's playing. Can we? Yep. Nothing on the land, huh? Nobody's playing Blue Shift. Dang. Would have thought. Okay. Half-Life Blue Shift, huh? Sure. Let's cut the timer on that one. And go through here. Alrighty. So 2 hours, 33 minutes for Half-Life Blue Shift, huh? Okay, completed, yep. Cheated, no? I don't think I even had to no-clip in this. I don't remember having to no-clip, so I guess that's something? I didn't get stuck in anything this time. Alright, things I liked. A few clever puzzles. HD models look good. Felt like there was slightly more narrative than the other two. So I say that because kind of towards like the back third of the game, and having to like find the scientist, get the scientist to the lab, do all the stuff in the lab, It certainly had a different tone to it than regular Half-Life and Opposing Force did, where those you're just some dude and you're out there going from point A to point B and shooting everything along the way that shoots at you. Was there any water levels in this? Yes. There was a water level section, but it was very short. It was in the first. It was like 20% in. It wasn't that far after the beginning. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. I felt like this one had stronger storytelling in it, but that's not saying much because it's not like there's a huge amount in Half-Life 1 or in Opposing Force. But I do like that they at least had more than just being yelled at over the radio by people or wandering into very short things that happen. I think they did a better job conveying or having a character with character in this one than they did in the other two. And then that's about it that I really liked about this. All right, things I didn't like. Way too short. Scientist kept getting stuck in things. Let's see. Nearly all of the music was from the other two games. No new weapons or enemies. Like they didn't even put in the new enemies from Opposing Force. Like and this is the same company. I'm not sure about the same team, but at least the same company that did Opposing Force. So they go through all that to make all these cool new enemies, and then they don't put them in Blue Shifts. Like, I don't know. That seems a little weird to me that they made that call. It's almost like Blue Shift was designed and made before Opposing Force was, and then they just put it on the shelf as like a concept thing, and then later thought like, hey, we need to make a quick buck. Let's take Blue Shift off the shelf and ship it. That's kind of how I feel about this one. Like it's weird. And also, yeah, I said this when we were playing it, but the whole thing just felt like an amateur work to me. Like this was part of a level compilation for Half-Life level creation world or whatever. It just felt low rent. So besides like the stuff at the end was neat. Like it almost felt like the back third Blue Shift was made by somebody who was passionate about it and knew what they were doing and formed a coherent vision. And then the rest of it was like, hey, here's all this cool stuff that you didn't see in Black Mesa. And hey, remember this thing from Black Mesa? Or remember how not fun platforming is from Black Mesa? Also, here's Zen. So yeah, if I had to pin down a point where I really enjoyed the game, it was the last stretch when we were in the teleporter place. But everything else in that, pretty forgettable, pretty generic. There were some neat puzzles with like the breaking the wooden supports underneath the rollers with the wires to clear the train. That was neat. Forming the bridges with barrels, that's neat. Connecting together the explosives with the barrel, that was neat. So there were some cool environmental puzzles in it that generally weren't present in Half-Life 1 or Opposing Force, that I think they did a good job with those. Let's see. Any other gripes here? No, that probably covers most of it. Alright, Dank Memes. Let's see. Indestructible Scientist. Final boss is 4 soldiers. That's most that I can remember. Okay, all right, drum and bass. I don't think there was any in this game. Absolutely ate them out though. Okay, difficulty is hard. So we were at 13 deaths. Deaths per hour was that like 3 to 4, 3.5 deaths per hour, which is quite a bit less than Half-Life 1 and Opposing Force. Half-Life 1 and Opposing Force had roughly the same deaths per hour, and this one had less than half deaths per hour compared to those. So yeah, this one is super short. Didn't really die much. I never really felt I was under any sort of threat in the combat. Even though this I played on medium. I played on the same exact difficulty for all three. And this one is by far and away the easiest combat-wise. My health hardly ever went past the halfway point. So that was certainly pretty easy. Honestly, probably the two actual hardest things in this game were, one, the NPC getting stuck, and there's not much I can do about that. And then the other thing was some of the puzzles were actually a little bit difficult compared to the other ones, but you'll get it eventually. It's not like you can soft lock or anything. So those took a little bit more thinking than the other ones required. But then again, this isn't like a puzzle or adventure game. It's not like the puzzles are going to be super difficult anyways, but that added a bit to it. But it seems like anybody with just basic first-person shooter skills should easily be able to breeze through this, even on medium. So I'm gonna give this a 1 out of 5 on difficulty. Like it's pretty dang easy. All right, and then rating 1 to 5. So 2.5 hours is more like what I'd expect from a expansion/DLC. So I think Opposing Force is probably longer than the average for what I would consider an expansion to a game, especially first-person shooter like this. That said, though, the combat wasn't particularly exciting. Especially, also, I should point out, it felt like the enemy AI, especially for the soldiers, was like, it was toned down or something. They were nowhere near as aggressive as they were in Half-Life 1 or in Opposing Force. They almost never used grenades. I wonder if that was by design or what, but it felt like a lot of the soldiers, they just kind of stand in place with their back to me while I just shot them from long distance, or they would stand in the doorway and not go through it, or just run away and then I just snipe them from a distance and they wouldn't even push up on me or do anything. In the other games, they would have been super aggressive and right in your face all the time, but this one, I don't know. Like, I suspect... Yeah, it could have been bad pathing. It could have been a change to like an aggression variable for the soldier enemies. I don't know. But yeah, it certainly was an issue in this and affected a lot of the combat. Because like half of the game is fighting the soldiers. So, and then the Zen portion was just kind of, yep, but there's Zen again. Nothing too special in that. They didn't really take any advantage of the weirder stuff that was in Zen in the other ones. This one was like, hey, just do 2 jumping puzzles, go through a bunch of tunnels with some jump scares, and then flip 2 switches for this dumb teleporter thing. So that wasn't great either. But I guess points in favor for Blue Shift that at least the Zen portion was short. So I guess it could have been worse. And then, yeah, so I gave Half-Life 1 a 5 out of 5. I gave Opposing Force a 4 out of 5. This one, however... I'm really torn between a 2 and a 3 here. Like, it's not like I actively disliked my time playing through this, but I am totally okay with never playing this again. And it is still based on Half-Life. It is Half-Life. It is more Half-Life, but it's only giving you access to the standard weapons and the standard enemies. Like, it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Though it is still kind of better than a lot of like really generic first-person shooters. So I'll begrudgingly give this a 3. This is like a low average, just slightly better than a 2 out of 5, but it is just barely there. So, all right. That's how I feel about Half-Life Blue Shift. Completed in 2.5 hours, 13 deaths, 90 save scums. 3 out of 5. All right. On its own, okay. Well, so if Blue Shift were released as a standalone game called like Doomsday Alien Guard Scientist in 1990, let's say 1998, this game came out, and it was released by an indie studio or something, and had no connection to Half-Life at all. It probably would be like a 4 then. So honestly, 2.5 hours for a full game still not be great. But yeah, the fact that it's part of the Half-Life verse and as an expansion. So just by virtue of being an expansion to Half-Life and by the same people that made Opposing Force, like you have to compare it to this, and it's clearly worse. It's not complete trash, but it's just like, yep, this is more Half-Life. It fills in gaps, but that's about it. That's about it. Okay, so actually gonna do Hotel Dusk tonight. I'm gonna step away for a few minutes, and then I'll get my DSL set up, and we'll play some more Hotel Dusk. So stay tuned. See you in a few. Alright, technical difficulties here. I gotta restart my game PC because the 3DS viewer program is not properly launching, and I think it's because I had to move around my monitors and change resolutions here for Half-Life. So everything's gotta reboot and get it all going. I would. So yeah. So once we get that all up and running, we should be able to do that. Let's see. So for remaining Half-Life stuff that we have left to do, since Blue Shift is complete, we got Half-Life 2. We have Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Episode 2. We have Portal 2. And then we also have VR stuff to do before doing Alex. Yep, time for some more very easy puzzles to solve, probably. As long as I can get my DS capture to work, we'll see. Gotta wait for my computer to fully boot, though. I just got so much crap on it that takes forever to boot. Okay. It's probably close to booted now. Let's see if I can get this thing to actually work. This is the problem with having to use weird proprietary software for this. Okay, is this gonna... Nope, still not starting. Okay. Is it because I have a wrong primary monitor? Okay, make that my primary monitor. I have a feeling it wasn't starting because it was off screen. Yep, okay, I see it. It was trying to launch the program on a monitor that was not the primary. And now it's... Oh, God. Okay. Alright. End task. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's what it was. Alright, I think we got it now. Ever played Portal 2 co-op? No, I have not. I've heard that it's really good, but I have never played the co-op before. Okay. Capture device not... Oh, that's right. I opened 2 instances of it. Okay. Alright. We finally did it. The nightmare's over. I have successfully launched 3DS capture. Okay. Alright. I think we're finally in there. Let me make sure that it is capturing properly. This one. Yep. Okay. Alrighty. Let's do it. I gotta lower my thing here. Alright. Let's announce the game change. Alright, we figured it out. Co-op is neat. Yeah, it sounded like Portal 2 got a lot of post-release support. Okay. Alright, so where we last left off in Hotel Dusk, I honestly can't remember. We're still waiting for the hot date with old lady. We solved the mystery of the guy, yeah, with the rich kid with lawyer dad. We figured out what his problem was. We figured out that writer guy is not who he says he is. And I think that's just about it for where we are. So, sure. Let's get into it. For some more of this. This one. Okay. All right. Turn up this. Okay. Alrighty. Hotel desk, huh? Sure. All right, March 6th. So it's been 6 days since we played this. 10 hours in. Sure. Chapter 6. 9 to 10. Okay, so the bar is most definitely open at 9 o'clock. Yep, bar's open. All right, old lady. It's time. Okay. Oh, but first, other waifu has to call us. She knows that we're gonna be cheating on her here. Yep, the phone's ringing. It's back. It's like 1 in the morning there. Oh. Al Danny. Okay, that was his partner in crime, I think. Bradley. All right. Horror. Things people say. He sold them out? I don't remember that being mentioned before. Yeah, so fake writer guy is obsessed with this painting. Oh, Bradley. Okay. Sure. Okay, so we're only in this hotel overnight, I guess. Yeah. I need you to hand him over to the client directly. Okay. Is the client Bradley? We're gonna be double-crossed right at the end by everybody. Alright. Going to the bar. Time for hot date with lady. Actually, she might be in here. Nope. Okay. Off to the bar it is. Okay. So, back to Half-Life briefly. I think I'm going to put up a poll on Twitter and Discord for what to do tomorrow, because I'm considering we might do Half-Life 2, we might do VR, we might do Portal 2 next. I'm not sure. So I think I'll leave that up to a poll, perhaps. Okay, so we haven't been in the bar yet. And I think those would be the three options, is Half-Life 2, Portal 2, or VR. And the poll will only run until tomorrow evening, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be streaming tomorrow too. Because there certainly isn't going to be basketball on tomorrow for me to watch, so... Alright, so I gotta, in the bar, I need to look around for one of those star stickers with the number on it. Should we be drinking this? Something about the NBA and the coronavirus. They, so what happened is one of the players tested positive for the coronavirus today. And because of that, it pretty much affects everybody in the league. So they made the tough decision to to pretty much shut down the league for at least 2 months. And the worst part of it is the guy who tested positive for it 2 days ago in a press conference put on by his team, he made a big show of, I don't think this is a big deal. Like, this is what I think of the coronavirus. So he got up and put his hands all over all the microphones in front of him, and all the journalists are far back at the end of the room because they need to have a buffer zone between them. He fucking got up and touched all of the microphones, and then left the room after the press conference, like, giggling. And then flash forward 2 days later to today, and he tests positive for the coronavirus, and they have to shut down everything. Like, oh man, it would almost be funny if it weren't for how fucked up everything else is about it. Oh god. So yeah, that oh boy. And he was already a guy that I didn't particularly like, and now I especially don't like him. So yeah, I watch a shitload of NBA basketball. Like, it is how I spend most of my evenings before I stream. And of course, this is the 1 year that my team is not complete trash and actually have a good chance of winning it all. And then the league gets shut down right before the playoffs. So, of course. Of course. You're also both that. Okay, that explains why they wouldn't be able to identify the person. You wouldn't take me as an NBA guy? I'm a huge NBA fan. It is my sports ball of choice. For vacation, sure. I follow the Clippers, the Lakers, and the Thunder. Those are my teams. And sometimes Philadelphia 76ers, but they are a strange team at the moment. He's up there too. Okay, so is just Dunning there the whole time? Thought I was mainly into F1. I stopped watching F1 2 seasons ago because it was just like, okay, Hamilton's gonna win every race. Oh boy. So yeah, F1 got too samey for me. PS Explosion contains 0 sports games besides like the Tony Hawk games. And that was on purpose. I did not put any sports games in there because they are all going to be horrible. And I don't want to spend 50 hours playing a baseball game. That was by design. Oh, he's doing the Mega Drive marathon still. And yeah, there'd probably be a lot of baseball on there, I guess. No, the most recent thing I added to PS Explosion was fishing games, I believe, because I got a fishing controller on it. So that's a sport, maybe. There's sport fishing, but that and extreme sports skateboarding. And like the 2 Extreme and 3 Extreme series is about as sporty as I am willing to get for PS Explosion. Because there's already more than enough trash in PS Explosion. I don't need to add more. Alright, well this was a great conversation here with good old Louis. There's a jukebox and he's not sure why other dude is there. Is this our date? Yeah, there's our date. A what? I'm no alcoholologist, so I don't... Okay. That sounds delicious. Or it will strip paint. Or both. Okay, where's that sticker? There it is. Alright. This should be our final sticker. Okay, plus 80. Alright, so according to my notes here... Oh, that's not it. It's the in-game notes. Alright, plus 80. So we should be able to add up all of that now and enter that into the machine. Because there should be 7. Yeah, so we got 7 of them, so we should be able to solve that, whatever that vending machine thing is. I don't know. Oh, okay. Is this just... Is this just like, hey, listen to this game soundtrack? Yeah, okay. It's just... That's neat that they made it an in-game thing, I guess. Alright, old lady, this is perfect date music. Oh. Okay. I couldn't agree more. Now get out of the bar. So he just drinks whatever for the second drink? She wanted to stay in the room that we have. Yeah, that one. That's correct. That's the room that she does all of her stolen art theft deals in. Simply must come true. Yep. There must be some nefarious reason for this. Because look, she's got the eye patch and everything. Clearly, she's up to no good. She must be a pirate. Oh, like a Bradley? Alright, what's your wish? For stolen paintings. Yep, it's a secret. Of course. Uh-huh. Well, this was what, 1979? This could have been Boss? Or no, wait, Big Boss? I don't. I haven't played a Metal Gear newer than 4. So I don't know if there's anything that took place in that time. Maybe Peace Walker. There's a billion of them. I know the one Metal Gear game that I really want to play through is the Revengeance, because that one looks ridiculous, and my kind of ridiculous. Also, the soundtrack's really good. All right, just buying us drinks now. We in there. 3 wasn't 3 in the 60s though, and not late 70s. Gameplay boring? Well, it's I really liked Bayonetta, and that game just looks like Bayonetta, except you play as Robot Man. Oh, geez. Okay. 4 in a row, both vertically and horizontal. Okay. Oh yes, this seems fun. Oh god. I thought this was a date. Oh jeez. Oh god. Okay. So we're supposed to line up 4 in a row? We can only move 1 at a time. I slide these around? No? Got him. What? Oh god. Okay. Arrange them so they're 4 in a row, both vertically and horizontally. One coin, okay. Like, it seems I should be able to... Like, I need it to make an L shape. Like, you're supposed to push this and then move the others over? Like that? Because if I could move the coins... and push the other coins like that. But it needs to look like this or not. What? Okay. Four horizontally and vertically? What? Yeah, suddenly this is a Professor Layton game. What the hell? Do I need to get my own quarter? Move one coin only. Hear that? Are you supposed to... Alright, blowing in the microphone doesn't do anything. If I... No? I am thinking, what the hell? How? Maybe you have to stack them? But stacking them's not gonna... So it does let you do this. Okay. I think you have to stack them because it's clearly snapping them into place. But we can only move one coin. Maybe this? Like that? What? Alright, he's making that face. What? How does that... How is that 4 cross, though? Oh! Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Alright, so... The way that worked was... So it was... This. So it was 1, 2, 3, 4, and then same that way. So there was our 4, and then also 4. So that's how the math worked there. Sure. Not her first day at the hotel. This is just repeating the same question, so let's be specific here. 20 years ago. Then I returned 10 years later. Wasn't that the murder? Wasn't that when the murders happened? Is she a ghost? Was she the one who was murdered? Uh-oh. Yes, okay. That's when I lost my eye in a knife fight. What did you do? Exotic dancer. Oh. That's how she lost her eye. Why is this so hard to believe? Like... Okay. Oh. Dang it. Our date's taken off already, like usual. Dang it, Louie. Keep an eye on the place, sure. I'll watch over this huge collection of liquor. Matches, okay. What's this? Oh no, this is actually Professor Layton. Oh god. 3 triangles. Take away 6 of the matches. Okay, so we got one big one. I can't get to my... All right, hold up. Let me get the old telestrator here. Okay, so we got one there. So we're trying to make 3 triangles so we can like that. What am I supposed to do again? How many triangles? Create 3 triangles. The hard part is to do so by taking away 6. Okay. So take away 6 to create 3 triangles. Sure, there's 3 triangles there. Okay, I don't know if this is plot relevant or not. More matches. What's this? 3 squares. Hard part to do so for the matches. Okay, so I can't take away any of those or those. So we gotta leave those be. It's probably just the 4 in the middle. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. So that did advance the plot. Oh, you. I guess it's no either way. Sure. Alright. Rather than talk, we'll solve this other matchstick puzzle. Alright, so it sounds like I have to do this one. Alright, create 3 triangles, take away 6 of the matches. So if I take away these in the center here, there's still going to be 4 triangles. And I need to make 3 triangles, don't I? Maybe it's 4? I don't know. Do this and see what the game says. Okay, so it's not that. Create 3, yeah. Take away 6 matches. Like if I get rid of one of the side pieces, maybe? Like that? That makes 3? I made 3 of them though. There's 3 and then a decoration. Okay, so it has to be 3 clean triangles and then nothing else, I guess. And by taking away... Like, maybe you're... Okay. Maybe it is... Like that. And then... So this... Okay, those aren't 3 clean ones, though. Huh. Oh, is that it? Oh. Oh, okay. I was just hitting buttons to clear the puzzle, but okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that wasn't too tough. Nailed it. Big brain on me. Sure. Yep, yep. Totally intended. There might be different solutions. It's entirely possible there's multiple solutions. There totally are in Professor Layton. Ah, yes. Just forget about the whole stealing my bestseller thing. All right. Okay. So we just do something else until the other person eventually leaves? Either that or I missed out on some important plot thing, maybe, with Karen. Oh no, that's not right. Yeah, her name should be Karen, clearly. Seen her before. Huh? And it was stolen. Yep. Yep. He's on to us. Now he's the one asking questions, trying to get dirt on us. Maybe? Sure. Some Ace Attorney level reasoning here. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's keep talking to this guy. Oh, great. So we get to talk to this guy again. Can't wait. All right. So we're waiting for what's his face to come back. All right, good. All right, later, Hidden. Have a good sleep. Until mid. Okay. Sure. All right. Time for the vending machine. Oh, there's Rosa. What does she want? Well, probably Rosa. Probably. Maybe we can drink with Rosa later. To celebrate the hotel's 10th anniversary. So, Huh. When was the anniversary? Was it 10 years ago? Is Pirate Lady telling the truth? Hotels built 20 years ago. But Old Lady has been coming here for 30 years. Yeah, something's not adding up here. And the missing, the murder and all that was, huh. Rosa, tell me about the murders. And why'd you do it? This sounds like something someone would say who didn't want to hurt business here. Of course there wasn't a bunch of murders here. Don't be silly. Yep, I knew it. Yep, and yeah, so suddenly we got into this conversation. Very busy. Can't talk about all the murders that happened here. Yeah? Ask Dunning. Okay. I'm sure we'll get a straight answer out of him. Yeah. Alright. probably in his room or his office or the front desk. But first... Okay, so... according to the vending machine here... Alright, get changed to front desk. We already did that. So... for the hunt here. Join the hunt. Find the 7 lucky numbers hidden in this hotel. Okay, we found them. Calculate the sum of the numbers, then input it into the machine for a prize. Get lucky for just 25 cents. Okay. So, I'm gonna get out my calculator here because I'm not a mathologist. Calculator. Okay, so 18 plus 36 minus 52 plus 37 minus 14 minus 15 plus 80. And the sum is 90. 90 is the sum that I come to here. So assuming I wrote everything down correctly, that should be the results. I have coins. Coins. Use. Alright. So there should be 90. Why is there 2 different... What is this? Sure. All right. 9, 0. Okay. And? Oh. Huh. Better than a poke in the eye. Okay. Sure. Maybe we give that to Dunning and he'll tell us all about the murders. Alright, Dunning, where are you? So we might be here. Oh. Well, it's worked for most of the game, so... Okay, he might be in the bar. Possible he might be there. I guess we could... Maybe Mila is up here. We can check in with her. Okay. No? Alright. I guess we're walking around till Plot comes to us then. Yes. Or he's in storage. I think this has been locked for most of the game though. Or for the parts that I've been able to go to it. Alright. Dunning Quest. He might be on the roof as well. Okay, he's not over there. Alright, Dunning, where are you? hear clearly. Here. Okay. My favorite part of this game. Just aimless wandering until something happens. Yep. Alright, what if we walk back to our room? Plot happening here? No? Okay. So maybe the restaurant or the bar then? Yep. Here he is. What's he looking at? There are 6 different portraits of the same person. And then I'm assuming this is a newspaper about all the murders. Probably what it is. He's reflecting on his kills in the past. Yep. Sure. Alright, let's see if these stories all add up here. So 1959, I think? About 20 years ago. Yeah, that adds up. 1959. Okay. When do you take over? I'm guessing 10 years ago. After all the murders that he committed. About 5 years. Okay. His old job doing the murders. Or art theft. Those are the only 2 professions in this game world. Besides cop, I guess. Cop and traveling salesman. So clearly... Sure. Pushing paper, like paper with art on it, that you would push into the back of a van. It's a secret. Okay. Alright, clearly he's up to no good. Okay. So Angel is the spoiled rich kid who faked a break-in or something at his dad's house to prove a point, I guess. Oh, you found his missing stuff. Weird. Yeah. The clock, the in-game clock is not advanced in a while. Okay, maybe I should look at those paintings. Pictures, now you pointed them out. Looks like a photo, but it's really a painting. Wait, but Dunning just said it was photos of people who used to be here. What? Oh, okay. A little hard to see. Photo people who stayed here, yeah. Dang. Get wrecked, Helen. Okay. Alright. And now I guess we walk around till Plot finds us again. Or we go back to the bar. Maybe Louis wants to drink now. Okay. Yeah, he's working hard. I see. Okay. Alright. Back to aimless wandering now. Unless we can talk to Rosa again. Alright. What's up, Rosa? Do you want us to check up on Mila? Oh. Like to keep the labels? Deliver it to their room later? Do I have to? When am I gonna start getting paid here, Rosa? Do I have to give this to Karen? Oh, okay. Alright. This is fine. Alright. I'm okay with all of this. Oh, of course. Huh. I thought she drinks alone. Huh. Rosa talking in the third person, huh? Okay. It's her son Bradley. Rosa, I thought you said you were busy. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to live in Manhattan. I get you, Rosa. That's a big mood, Rosa. All right. Where's the wine bottle? Let's do our delivery. Two in the kitchen, one on the right. I gotta find which one it is. Rosa, this is a pretty shit deal here. Okay, so you have to deduce which one is hers, I guess. Bottle of wine on the counter. Bottle of white wine. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Okay, white wine, red wine. Are there other wines besides that? There a green wine? I'm not a winologist. Sure, the rosé. Yep. And it is on the reserve table, so I don't know. Maybe that's for the big time author. Okay, we gotta play 20 questions about drinking habits of guests. Can't wait. Alright, let me knock on your door at 10 p.m. Ask you about what you had to drink. Well, fuck you too, Iris. Alright, what wine did you drink, bitch? Make it quick. Okay, so it's not the one in the restaurant. Just checking, don't mind me. Alright. Yep. 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 Yep, that'll be all. Fuck you too, Iris. I suppose I could have just asked old lady. But I have a feeling she's probably gonna be like, I don't remember. So, probably gonna have to talk to creepy guy. And he'll say, I had the red wine. But of course. Yeah. What kind? Wait, okay. The red wine, which was next to the microwave. Alright, well this is thrilling gameplay here. Alright, back down. Alright, should be this one. Well, okay, take the label then. Hello? Did we take the label? What? Hello? Yeah, there's a wine bottle. Hey. Might. Following the. Okay, maybe he did take it, and it's just not in our inventory for some reason. Or maybe we are supposed to talk to old lady to get some sort of plot trigger. What room is she even in again? Helen 212. Fuck. What? Up on the roof or something? Maybe in the bar? Again? there's nobody out here, so... Alright, maybe plot will happen if we go in our room. So if that's not it, then perhaps I need to use an item on the... Oh, there is... Okay, there is... I just remembered, in here, there is this. Which is... Yeah, okay, so this is goo remover, or adhesive remover. Yeah, adhesive remover, there we go. Okay. It'd be nice if there was, like, a supplementary message when you try to use the wine bottle that says, I can't get this label off. I need something to get the label off. Because otherwise, if I didn't realize just then and there that the adhesive remover was a thing, I would not have quickly figured that out. And especially because you can't bring the adhesive remover with you. He just says, I don't need this, when you try and get it before, so... I don't like that that's how they handled this. "1967, meet again." Yeah. Oh, we just got it. Alright. Gameplay, boys. Oh, okay. Got ourselves a wine label. I'm sure she'll tell us. Yep. Alright, old lady. Tell me your old pirate stories. And show us your eye, because I'm sure you keep it in a little box with you. Because it's cursed. Alright. Please come in, I won't stab you. Alright. What you got here, old lady? Okay. Alright, so she has different artwork over her bed. Okay. So the NPCs in this game work like Daggerfall NPCs. They're just billboards that turn to face you wherever you are. I don't miss Daggerfall at all, to be perfectly honest. My hands certainly don't miss it. I played enough Daggerfall for a whole lifetime. We could, at some point, maybe do a casual playthrough of it, but I don't think I'm ever going to touch that speedrun again. I did that speedrun, like, nearly every day for more than a year. That and Shenmue 2. I ran those two in the ground. Oh, speaking of Shenmue, there's the third and final DLC for Shenmue 3 came out. It's either coming out very soon or it's already come out. And it's like, it's a cruise ship that docks in the city harbor. And it's filled with gambling stuff. Oh boy. Great. Sign me up. Apparently it's not $15. Okay. I missed. Oh, the wine thing. It's like $4 or $3, I think, but that's like $3 too many. So probably not gonna go with that. Shenmue party, yeah. It's a nice memory. She's got nothing else to. Old gal's hiding something. Time to drag it out. Yeah. Sure. What about this? Blinky Rabbit, Pinky Rabbit. Okay, so she knows about that. Sure, the newspaper. Sure. Okay. Why won't it let me... Alright, what about the order sheet? Is she the one who... Does she want the naughty magazine? No. What about the old photo? I don't know if she knows about. What about the lighter? Yeah, she has seen smut before. That's how she lost her eye. She was just like, oh no! And then her eye exploded. That's what happens. I'm not sure I have the item that... Okay, maybe you're just supposed to end the conversation. Then come back to her with the... Oh. Okay. Does it really matter? Oh, yep, it does. Well, actually, it does. Okay, being option A here is way too forceful for somebody who just snapped back at us here. So... Been bugging me for a while. I want to know, how'd you get away with those murders? That day took place 10 years ago, okay. And we saw a note somewhere else about... Oh, it was in the newspaper. It was like a missing connections thing. Oh God. Are we gonna go there? Alright, let's not jump straight to I bet he's dead. Ah ha ha. Okay, yep. Alright. I think that means he's just not that into you, Helen. I have a sneaking suspicion. If you drink once and then he ghosts you, that's a pretty strong indicator right there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Were they doing magic together or something? She opened a portal to Zen and then lost her eye in the process. This is an anime game, so anything's possible. Maybe she is a ghost. Can't bear the thought of causing the boy more grief. Okay. I don't know who she's talking about. Oh. Yeah, sure. Yep. Uh-huh. Sure. Alan. So that's the same name that was the name on the pen. And that's the name of weird writer guy? Isn't it? We've met an Alan already. And that's guy with beard. Alan Parker. Oh no, that was the writer, wasn't it? The ghost writer? Yeah, the fountain pen. Yeah. I'm sure this will take 2 minutes. Oh, just actually literally right next door. Well, I never. All right. All right, my pen now. Perfect. All right, good. We know how to deal with this guy now. All right, old lady. That's the pen that stabbed my eye. Okay. All right, the mystery deepens. Was because I... Alright. She went sailing on the high seas to be a pirate. Yep. We found it under our table in the restaurant. Oh, that's right, yeah. Alan's missing. Okay. Then he became an art thief, I guess. Did he? Is he? He just told us that, but is he? All right. That sounds like another mystery solved. All right. Sure. None of this explains the discrepancy in how many years ago she came here, though. So she said she's been coming here for 30 years, and this hotel didn't exist 30 years ago. Sure. Grand opening of a new hotel. Okay. That would be this hotel? Okay. No one knows? I bet it was plotting art heists. That also doesn't explain her eye. All right. Okay. All right. Sounds like end of the chapter here. Here's the quiz. Let's see if I was paying enough attention. Okay. Down to the bar. Yep. It was old lady, I think. Helen. Yeah. The hotel's 10-year anniversary. The hotel's built 20 years ago. When it took over the place, it was 5 years ago. Yeah. She was drinking red wine. Nope. Alan. Yeah. The magician. Okay. Sure. All right, chapter 7. (10 p.m. to 11 p.m.) Yeah. Okay, sure. At some point, everybody in this hotel is probably gonna go to bed. I'm not sure what else you can really accomplish as it gets later and later. Sure. This probably doesn't matter. Well, to be fair, Kyle Hyde has been sticking his nose in other people's business all night. And he brought all of this on himself. Sure. Yeah, we have to fully investigate their entire backstory or they're allowed to sleep. Them's the rules. Them's the rules at Anime Hotel. Sure. Don't we all? Oh. Okay. This is getting pretty anime. Uh-huh, Bradley. All right. Okay, that's where he gets the lock picking skill, I guess. That he can pick a lock with a coat hanger. Sure. Sure, it's true. How am I supposed to know? Sure? I don't get it. Ah, yes, bowling. Sure? Is there a bowling minigame? Oh man. Can't wait. Finally, we get to do something fun in this game. Yeah, let's do it. 11, okay. Bowling at 11. Up on the roof, I guess. Okay. Nope. It's this fucking guy again. Take a seat over there, at the end of the bar. I guess we gotta talk to him. Yeah, tell him about Penn and Alan. So, what a coincidence. That's why I followed you down here to the bar. Alright, let's talk about Alan. Should probably lie to him. Yep. Oh god, that's probably even worse. Alright. Is this a game over? Wait, what? Okay, not a game over? Alright. Louis, check out this thing. Okay. Well, we got the guy to leave, so that worked. It didn't give me an immediate game over, so I'm assuming we're still okay. Alright. Now we just walk around until the plot finds us, I suppose. What's going on in the kitchen? Nothing. Oh, uh-oh. Alright, what's up, Rosa? Oh, we could get stabbed? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, what's the problem? Okay, well this is the you fucked up music, so... I didn't want old lady to get stabbed. What the hell? At least give me an immediate game over. No, this is definitely the game over music. Me too. Sure? Is this not a game over? Oh. Maybe we're stuck with Dunning in the bar for the rest of the night, and then that's the game over condition. Yep. We do? Yep. Went into the bar and didn't come out until... Yep. Yep. So that's the game over. Got it. Okay, so we get to do all of that all over again. Okay. At least they let you go through this quickly the second time through. Please begin. Talk about Alan. Okay. Tell him the truth. Alright, old lady 212. Yep. Okay, what about her? Huh. That... Sure? Okay. Truly. Time to blow. Okay. Blow what? Okay, so now this is the latest mystery if that's what's her face. Okay. Alright, good talk. Okay, talk to him again. Got a minute? No. Okay, so now we're gonna go knock on what's her face's door at 10 at night and say, hey, are you that famous actress? But first we have a 8-piece puzzle to solve. Alright, cool story, Melissa. Melissa, I have things to do. Yeah, tons. Yep, cool story, yep. She got this cool puzzle. Still hasn't solved it yet, though. Yeah, we both know that. Yep. This is nothing new. Are we? Okay. We're giving up our treasured prized possession. Alright. Get out of my sight, kid. Get lost. Okay. I have a feeling we needed to have gotten that in the previous chapter in order to advance plot or something. Okay, so now what? So it hasn't been anything to do with those paintings on the walls yet. Of the couple of apples. For once. Your dad's a jerk. Sure. Oh, the toy's optional? Huh. For players without a calculator, I guess. Rosa. Come on, Rosa. Sure. Yep. She hears everything and she tells us everything. My problem is Rosa will not shut the fuck up and let me past her. You are troubling me, Rosa. Yeah, one or two. One is standing right in front of me. Yep. Sure. We have like $3 in cash, so... That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Don't leave that up all year. Storage room. Okay. Alright. So maybe that's gonna be accessible to us now? Alright, time to go borrow that tree, I guess. Maybe this door is magically unlocked now. Okay. Oh, good. We get to play Cardboard Box Tetris to find the Christmas tree. It's gonna be a puzzle. I don't think you'd keep it in a locker. But... well... oh. This is where the murders happen. We're gonna be inspecting the bed sheets here. Huh. Yeah. Alright, can turn off the lights, I guess. Huh. Nice. Select every single box. Great. Oh my god, it is actually box Tetris, isn't it? Yep, there it is, right there. Okay. Incredible puzzle. How'd you get back here? This is staff only. Oh. Alright. Let's get out the black light. Shitting me. This, do I really have to? Okay, that, yep. Oh, what? Of course. Merry Christmas. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was just me decorating that. I didn't see anything else on there that I didn't put on there. Pretty sure they're a little too young for you, buddy. Even for an anime game. Is this... Whoa. Alright. A crappy tree. Okay, we expect anything else here? Okay. Yeah, look at this great party. Eh. What do you think of the tree mute person? Yeah, good times. Yep, we made a tree. Yep. Big mood. Alright, anime girl. Tell me your secrets. Or write down your secrets in your notebook. Oh man. Do I really have to do this for every conversation with her? Yep, yep. Yep. Good talk. Just... That's an R? Galavime. Alright, so an art gallery, huh? Back to art heists again. This must be Louis. Oh. Time to go use that black light on our bed. See what kind of horrible things have happened there. It's Dunning's room. Sure. Let's do it. What's the worst that can happen? We get murdered? This seems like a horrible idea. So let's do it. There's 3 guys on there. 3. That is not a couple. There are 3 people on that photo. Alright, maybe we use the black light on Dunning's things. Got this sweet American flag table. Classy. Alright. Dare I? I don't see how anything good can come from this. Breaking and entering here. Hints? It's just, this just seems like the worst idea. Why? Oh, that's Melissa, isn't it? Oh, well. Okay, that went better than expected. Was it the murder victim? Maybe? Or the art thief? Okay, well, we didn't take the photo, we just looked at it. Okay. I can't believe he just let us leave like that. Nope. Deadbeat dad. Ah, so that's where he was. Yep, accurate. I don't think that's a great idea right now. Okay, I guess we follow him. Oh, he never wants to face us. Drinking with old lady. Yep, Helen was going after easy targets. She keeps the roofies hidden behind her eye patch. Just over the drink. Alright. Good talk. Guess we're going to the bar then to figure out who's with them. Ah. Alright. Who's drinking with deadbeat dad? Okay. Gallery May. Okay, so that's where Mila's father works. And that's maybe has something to do with the stolen painting? Sure. Whoa. Surely not. Get wrecked, Louis. Yeah. Alright, she's probably back at her room. It's not. Yep, just curious. Sure. Uh-oh. This might have something to do with the couple of apples now. Oh, maybe the stolen painting is one of those apple paintings or something. All right, let's search the place first. She's got a different style room than the other ones. And alright, what's the bathroom look like? Can't even go in there. What the hell? Looks like she's packed up and ready to leave. Definitely been moved. Yep. Like somebody who's about to go to bed would not have their suitcase in the middle of their bed. So that said, we have a bunch of packages on our bed, so. I have a guess what was stolen. See if I'm right. Oh, yep. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. I was wrong. I was... Yep. Not what I would have guessed. Secrecy. Okay. Okay. She said she hates questions, and here we are just asking questions nonstop. Yep, there's 3 questions in 3 sentences. It is none of your business. It is very none of your business. Just like nearly everything else in this game. Gallery May. Okay, that checks out. How do you know it? Okay. Does? Well, I don't, so. Okay. A paper clip? A broken suitcase key? A thin wire? A coin? A photo? All these things can fit in there. Why is he creeping outside old lady's room? That's Angel's room. Okay. Good talk. All right, Dr. Game Shark, get ready. Oh, where'd it go? Here? Okay. He's on the roof. Yep, no house calls here. Oh, okay, guess he went downstairs. Alright. Where? He's right. Do we have business? Yes. I am the law. Well, he's right. Yep. Close your head. What? Okay. Sure. Yep, this all adds up. Well, we already have, though. We can't pull this when we're... What? We can't have it both ways, but game's gonna let us, I guess. Bet your lovers, bet you just met. I think they did just meet. Okay, she knew Grace. So Grace is a common connection between them. Oh, is Grace his wife? Ah. Okay. Let's keep asking why she left. He clearly wants to talk about this. He's a doctor, I think. So he probably didn't work there. Probably Melissa. She's kind of a doofus. No. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Well, we gotta do all this all over again, I guess. Oh, God. Fuck it. Melissa screwing up everything as usual. God damn it. Melissa is the source of nearly all the problems in this game. damn it. I bet when we do that conversation again, we're probably gonna talk to him. He says, "How far back am I?" Okay. So I probably already talked to what's her face. So. Oh man, we gotta do all that shit all over again. Yeah, Melissa's really the G-man. Okay, let's jam through this. Bad business. Alright, so to speed through this, you gotta hold down the stylus on the screen and then mash on the D-pad. Reasons. Actually, you don't even have to mash. You can just hold down the button. Now this is how you do it. Get through this anime bullshit. Okay. Alright. Just met. Grace. Sleeve. Gallery. You never worked there. Okay. So this is where we were before everything went horribly wrong. It was you. Okay. Eh? Dang. All right. Yep. Already bored. Okay, so now he's to raise the funds for that. Getting into a little art theft. Oh man, so she... Okay. So she ran off and joined the mafia. Yep. Clearly above board. All right. Matches? Huh. Oh yeah, that's right. He mentioned that, I think. Oh, so he can't solve puzzles either. It must run in the family. Okay. Sure. All right, duck percent. It's got summer parts in, yeah. Okay. After leaving the bar, I ran into Rosa, I think. No. Okay. Dang, that's the first one I got wrong. been Melissa then? Okay, yeah. That's right. Eh? To be fair, we almost always run into Rosa, so usually that would be correct. Storage room. Easy. Eh? So that was Louis and Mila. His father owned his own business, yeah. The art gallery was Gallery May. An envelope. Even more questions than answers this chapter. Okay. The mystery deepens. That is the end of chapter 7. Okay. All right. Chapter 8. So apparently there's 10 chapters in the game. So yeah, we're getting pretty close. I don't know how long like the later chapters are, but they're getting shorter and shorter, it seems, because there's really only so much you can do at night, I guess. So we are getting pretty dang close to the end here. Cool. All right, so this will probably take maybe 1 or 2 more settings with this to see the end. We're getting there. Alrighty. Okay, so shut this down for tonight. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier in the stream, we are cranking away at our Half-Life series playthroughs. We've got we've got a few left still. So we got Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2. We've got Portal 2. And then we've also got a VR game to do before doing Half-Life Alyx on the 23rd, which is in 11 days from now. So I'm not quite sure which one we'll do for the next stream, and I think I'll put that up to a vote. So I'll put up a poll on the Discord and on Twitter, and I'll link to that. So the choices are likely going to be between Half-Life 2, Portal 2, and the VR game, which is likely going to be Moss. And I think in addition to Moss, we might look at some other VR stuff. Just, I don't know. But I don't want to do a whole bunch of VR stuff all at once, because that I like to spread out the content, and also that's probably going to make me real sick real quick. But yeah, that'll be the plan for that. So that poll will run up until the next stream, which is likely going to be in 14 hours or so, 15 hours. So keep a lookout for that poll and vote in if you want. So again, choices are Half-Life 2, Portal 2, or VR game, which will be Moss from the sounds of things. And yeah, that'll do it for tonight. So we started and finished Half-Life Blue Shift. It wasn't great, but it wasn't total trash. And then we made quite a bit more progress here in Hotel Dusk Room 215. So yeah, that's what we did tonight. As always, thank you for watching. Have a great day, night, morning, evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you next time. Take care. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. Vote in the poll if you want. Bye.